What's going on? What's going on? What? What? I don't understand what's going on here.
Alright! Welcome back. Welcome. Gee, I miss this so much. Oh. But, long story short, we are back. Lads and lasses, the Shirt Lad streams are back. And, yeah, sorry for the lack of updates. I'm just gonna adjust the volume on this one a bit, and we should be set. So we're gonna play a funny little dinosaur game. Or this thing, was like first thing I could think of from the top of my head that could be a fun game to play. Well then, let's crack open the save and let's begin, shall we? Got plenty to, chit chat about, I'm happy that you tagged along, and yeah, let's get to it. This say after the movie, but anywho, yeah, finally sorted out the finals thing. As you could have seen, I'm right back to uploading, as seen from the from the GOG spin video. And on top of that, I got 2 scripts brewing in progress, with the first one being basically, well, first of them being, of course, the Crossbone Gundam Saga Part 2 script, and of course the one pertaining to SD Gundam whatchamacallit, Gashpon Wars on GameCube. So yeah, I got this cozy game with me. I was kind of hoping that, I'd get somebody to be the second player, because, local co-op shenanigans are always a blast. But anyways, yeah.
It's me, Mr. DNA, and I'm here to help you.
Let's go crisis some dinos, shall we? Finally got some free time in a while. I should have enough of uni stuff for 2 weeks, and yeah, generally, since I've finally got the time to do so, I can just rush through the Crossbone Part 2 and other projects.
Yeah, this is good coffee.
You might even see me release more than one video a week. Might even speed up that way, but I'm still, kind of working my way through that. There might be some things that I have to tend to. There might be some things that I have to optimize, but generally I should be set, which it's fairly neat. Also, unfortunately, this thing isn't too optimized, so, well, for PC at the very least, so there will be some hiccups, i.e., you know, the image pausing in place when I alt tab, which yeah, that's gonna suck, especially with me having only a single monster, but I shouldn't concern myself with it too much, mostly, tend to both streaming stuff and general content for the hell of it. So yeah, I'll go check on the chat in a second. Don't you worry. I haven't forgotten about you guys. Ain't no way I'm doing that. You know. Like, I am aware of the fact that, I cover a niche with, well, at least as far as general scripted videos are concerned, I cover a niche within a niche. Meaning that I'm not, probably not gonna be a big channel anytime soon, which I'm perfectly fine with that. It's just that, I'm being, realistic about that. It's probably gonna take some time, but it don't look half bad either. Besides, what can I say? I'm happy with what I have. You know, one could say that it would be neat to get more people tuning in, but at the same time, I'm more than happy with what I currently have. So, oh no, you gotta stun the little shit I was. It's gonna take a bite out of me. So, right now, yeah, I gotta get behind the box, push it, and there's gonna be, oh yeah, guy's gonna fall from the console. 3, 2, and oh, I thought I had break, but
Good luck. I can't figure
oh well.
panel out at all.
Yeah. Ta-da! You just gotta power it up, and that should be the first level. Would be pretty funny if I actually beat a campaign or two in this game during the stream. Yeah, let's go check. And nothing yet. The reason I chose this game in particular is that, when I was away, Cable C is over. At the main uni building. They do have a lot of old movie mags, just lying around, and I saw a
Not Velociraptor.
I saw an old whatchamacallit,
Maybe one of the other dig sites.
well,
is
an
turned
older
upside
article about Jurassic Park. I do come from the generation which got like, I grew up before Jurassic
down.
World.
Finding our old coins.
What? Really?
Like, I'm the same year that I'm from the same year that
Until now,
the first Zaku High Grade came out,
there's a raptor right
but not specifically not before Seed ended.
Come on, it was there. It was so close.
Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape too.
I want partial credit for that.
Anywho,
Basically mine.
One day I forget to bring scissors. Oh, come on. Who tied this rope? What is it, a reef knot?
Remember, Dr. Suffering
anyway, I did grow up with a lot of dinosaur stuff. You know, a lot of late 90s, early 2000s people, you know, did. You know, come to think of it, I was around when the Prehistoric Park series got finally, you know, some global distribution. And I gotta say, Nigel Marvin is a national treasure, you know. Like, I can't fucking believe he hasn't been knighted yet.
Oh, sure.
It's,
Do as I say, not as I do. Next time, I'm just bringing a sense.
he was making the coolest shit ever. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna recreate a park or a zoo where you could, you know, go see dinosaurs, you know. And even though, yes, I was aware that, you know, it was done by computer tricks, it was still fairly impressive. You know, with the tech going a fairly long way ever since, you know, ever since the Jurassic Park days. Yeah, I think I also saw the first Jurassic Park movie at the time. Though unfortunately I was prohibited, like, in my super early years to watch 2 and 3. Because, oh no, the edgy Spinosaurus. But, I watched it anyway. But yeah, chat. Let's run the usual question. Question of the day, what is your favorite dancer? Mansuka It's, you're getting a dino and a crocodile. Well, its head looks like a crocodile, so I'm gonna, you know, crocodile adjacent, you know. It's close enough. Definitely an interesting creature. And yeah, this is admittedly a slight break from the usual mix of stuff. Right, where's that? Oh yeah, a ladder. It's one of the things that I love about Lego games, and yeah, I haven't ran any thus far, with the exception of this one. Well, the streams do, you know, maybe at some point when I get really bored, I may boot up the Lego Star Wars free game, because that one has a very interesting game mode that I think more people should know about. Well, going back to the previous tangent, you know, there's more stuff to look forward to. Just
Get in there. Come on. Boom. Phew. I'll be skinned by the time I get
I'm
this out.
fairly certain that it's gonna be a lot more stuff to look forward to. But anywho, let's see.
A jackhammer? Oh, now we're talking.
Oh, nice.
I'll be careful.
Oh, look, power tools. And now it gets wrecked, which means now I have to switch to Yeah, that was Owen, right? Yeah.
6-inch retractable claw, like a radio.
Of course he steals the fucking claw.
Dr. Grant,
In my early years, I
we're ready to try
really
again.
thought, you know, dinosaurs are the coolest shit ever, which they are. You know, part of me kind of wishes, you know, that the Nintendo consoles were more prominent in my side of the world at the time, because you know, like, there was a magazine which came with plastic dinosaur parts where you could then turn it into a giant skeleton model of T-Rex, but one of the things that came with it was a multitude of articles, especially about, you know, various various dinosaur media, and one of those was Turok the Dinosaur Hunter for Nintendo 64. I really wanted to get that, but you know,
Be careful. That rope's holding up some, you know,
unfortunately, you know,
equipment. It was holding up a bunch of delicate equipment. Oh, sorry.
but with the way the console distribution works in this corner of the world, the earliest console I ever gotten to play on was, well, if you don't count older Soviet bootlegs of Nintendo Game and Watch, there was PS2, but that was at my buddy's house. I didn't own a console myself. You know, that would have been fun. Now, knowing me, I'd probably end up on PC anyway.
Okay, I figured out what's wrong with it.
Currently,
Wheels,
that's what
not
I've grown
one,
up.
and
That's what I've grown up
That's
with.
why you
But
fell off of it, Dave. No handlebars.
still would have been neat. You know. But anywho, let's go build that machine. That's gonna be fun. Oh, look, more parts. And a what appears to be a leaf fence.
Need a hand with something?
Oh, no, I did not want to hit the hint. No. There we go. I'm gonna grab both of those so that I don't have to bother with, you know, going back for it.
Yeah, that should stop it from leaning over and going around in circles all the time. That's great. Now
There we
it
go.
looks like the picture in the instructions.
Shoot the radar into the ground and the phone down to the inside.
I always found the Lego games fairly endearing. Like, it's one of those games that, you know, they aren't too complex, they aren't too bare bones either, and for some inexplicable reasons, the PvP in these games was always busted. Like, regardless of what you did and which game it was, it always had a very fun and very breakable mechanic. You know, for example, in the Clone Wars game, certain grenades can basically vaporize anything they touch, which is funny, especially when you're playing the battle mode with someone like Boba Fett, and you just you know, turn the enemy Jedi warrior into smithereens just over nothing. Gotta argue that was the like peak
That thing looks like a 6-foot turkey.
peak Lego game combat. You know, at some point I should definitely try and get a server for the channel made. You know, I'm not necessarily, you know, keen on that idea. Like, overall, like, it would be fun to, you know, make a place to interact with you guys, but at the same time, I don't like tower wrangling. It's one of those things that, like, yeah. I don't mind dealing with other people, but, you know, specifically tower wrangling. When you have to... When there's, you know, drama on the server or something like that, that, in my opinion, is the most insufferable part of, you know, having one. That's for sure. And having seen shitfests of great magnitude, part of me tells me that I shouldn't do so. Then again, you know, I'll probably come up with a way. I might make it, you know, channel supporter exclusive, or in some way I'll try to, you know, kind of integrate that so that there's at least some degree of barrier, so that you know, it doesn't get raided by some nut job, and you know, there shall be no furry prolapse in general. I will assure you, I shall take care of that. I don't want no Jannies. It's like another thing. I gotta figure out a way, but you know, it's definitely something I should get to, but at the same time I should get to it smart. If you catch my drift. Yeah, I'll pause it briefly, and nothing new in the chat. So yeah, back to the game. And in case I missed your message, I'm sorry. As stated, last week my brain was complete jelly from, you know, from the remainder of the uni tests, and even now that, yeah, I'm back in business and my noggin's come back into operational state, it's still not on
Who do you think
quote
you are?
unquote full performance.
John Hammond. I own an island. Kind of biological preserve. Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Anywho,
Our attractions will drive kids out of their minds. If I could just
well, there's
persuade
one
you
thing
to
that
sign
I
off
kind
on
of
the
miss
park,
about
I could get back on schedule.
older
What park is it?
Lego games,
It's right up your alley.
which, you know, they hit some endearing slapstick to the cutscenes, and I genuinely hope that
So you two,
their stream doesn't get DMCA just because it plays the
Try to.
the dorky, you know, version of the themes.
He suffers from a deplorable excess of personality, especially for a mathematician.
Anywho,
actually.
there we go. We're getting into the island of Isla Nublar, and we can, funnily enough, we can just straight up skip to a later island, aka Jurassic World, which, you know, that I do find that change interesting. Like, the fact that they let you do that, you know, at all. I do think that's nice. Also, yes, the fact that you get to fiddle around the the two main islands. It's probably the first two, Lego games in general, not counting the Star Wars installments or certain Lego Indiana Jones ones. I mean, new, out of the newer games, this is probably one of the first times in what, first times in. Oh, it's been a while since a game like that, like you pick between like two main campaigns right out of the gate, even though there's four of them. But anyways, let's go. Let's go on a joyride. Booyah! Got them cars. Got them thingies.
You need spares. Get them from storage, not from one of the control panels.
It's definitely gonna be, the funny in retrospect. Me just playing a wacky game that's generally aimed at the youngin audience, even though this both me and the general stuff that I make is nothing but I don't know. Suffice to say, I'm not the type that would, go out of their way to quote unquote market content, because I'm a simple fella. I don't necessarily, do all that content min-maxing stuff that I see from a lot of other people. It's like, oh, look, new topical thing, let's go cover it. And since it gets a boost in the algorithm, it's like, yeah, good idea. I'm not knocking the hustle. It's a legit strategy, but at the same time, I'd personally,
48 hours from now, if they aren't convinced, I'm not convinced. I'll shut you down, John.
yeah. Personally, I don't want to, pigeonhole myself. Like, probably the only way I'm gonna... probably the only way I'm gonna tend to, quote-unquote topical stuff when it comes to, like, new stuff would... probably the only, coincidental thing that I could think of would be, like, if GBO 2 released some mobile suit that I had in another game, and maybe, but outside of that, I don't know. Like, I definitely don't feel like, doing the usual YouTube style thing where you get the recent thing that trends on Twitter and then you make 5 videos about it. Yeah, that's a way to make money. I'm not knocking that. I would not mind, making dash out of this either. But at the same time, I'm not I do not necessarily want to, compromise any of my quote-unquote creative vision and the general direction of the content just to make a quick buck. If you catch my drift. Anywho, I'm now gonna do is that I'm gonna wander around just a little bit to ram into stuff, because in the Lego games it's always a fun thing to do. Besides, you know, I like how the bricks fly around. It's a very, you could say, a relaxing sound when it's like, you know, this semi-silent pop. I don't know. I just find it oddly therapeutic, but that could just be me. I might try and hit up one of my buddies whether he wants to, you know, hop into co-host, but I'm not sure how his time zone works. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I know that there's people who basically watch this for, well, watch this channel for the crossbone side. I'm aware that there's people who just want their Gundam Assault Survive. Some people are here for the scale hammers and stuff like that, and I kind of want to do a bit of both, you know. And you could say that yeah, you could very much say that I'm grateful for the fact that, you know, the people tuning in aren't just like, oh no, you didn't cover our stuff exclusively. You didn't give us belly rubs. Oh no, let's cancel him. I love the fact that you fellas are, you know, are chill and operate like functional human beings. What a great audience, in fact. And believe me, I'm gonna, since I've got much more time now, for at least briefly, for more errands and stuff hits. Oh, believe me, I'm gonna do my best to earn my keep. Be it your attention or perhaps at some point your money. Because if I haven't mentioned, I do have a Patreon and Subscribe Star setup. I generally made it for people who want to see the Crossbone Gundam stuff earlier, which you'll get about a week's worth of head start. Maybe more, maybe less. So yeah, ain't half bad of a deal. I still have to, you know, figure out a way to add some perks, you know, to sweeten the deal. But you know, that's like long-term plans. Which, yeah, that's you know, I'm right now, I don't want to disclose too much, because, you know, I'm right now I do get the impression that I'm coming off as all bark and no bite, which yeah, not good. Gotta work on that. And suffice to say, I will. There we go. 1 gold brick for free. And let us venture back to the main story stuff. I'm guessing that someone's already gotten bored from me fucking around, but I was just, you know. I do find it funny when I get to, ram stuff in Lego games. It's like my like my personal bubble wrap foil. Hey, fuck it. Let's go. Let's see what the game has to say.
You'll find a great dino fat just down there.
The most advanced amusement park in the entire world.
There's one thing that I've kind of noticed, which I hope to achieve with my coverage of Gundam games. Like my main goal, of course, is to basically serve as a partial substitute to, how in the older times when you had all those various guides to. Alright, let me see. Yeah, I didn't forget to unmute. There was a lot of small pamphlets and publications, which were basically guides to all the games. Nowadays we don't get it that much with even the old game guides, growing old and collecting dust in some shelves, no longer being released. So I guess that's the niche that I'm aiming to fill. Though mainly with Gundam games, cause I like those. And the second thing, of course, being
I remember.
being that how when when a scene forms around a niche game, and all of a sudden, people come up with all these setups and all that. Kind of like when a decentralized community forms around the game. You get to see all the various perks of it. You get to see how sorry. I got cut off there for a moment. You get to see people make their own setups. They figure out ways to. To quote Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park, life finds a way. I guess I guess it's the same with people who play all these old games. They due to the absence of like comprehensive documentation, they find their own strategies, they refine them, and that's how you get different metas based on regions. Well, especially with the arcade games, it's always nice to see. Like, to name an example, the something like the King of Fighters scene in Spain, where it was basically it came into place just because I think it was Neo Geo, which was in those arcades at the time, and people were like, "Oh, neat, King of Fighters," and as how a player base has formed. Maybe at some point I might see people, playing SD Gundam G Next, or I don't know, running Gundam vs. Zeta Gundam tournaments. Like it, I know it sounds like a pipe dream, but you gotta admit Such an image definitely has some allure to it. At least to me, you know. Different strokes for different folks. It's different strokes for different folks. So I assume that some people might want more focus on the newer installments. You know. But anywho, let's oh, nothing new. Well then, let us return to the level at large. Destroying things, collecting studs, and generally having a great old time. There's one thing, completely unrelated note, but I've noticed one very entertaining thing about my corner of the world. For some reason... Oh yeah, gonna just have to add cow. But for some reason, we don't get like dance parties here without certain gimmicks to them. The gimmicks in question being, for example, that like if you're having a something like the prom or something, or a thing of that nature, it is usually the case that there's a non-zero chance of someone playing some Yugoslavian war song, and I'm not even from that region either. So yeah, that is entertaining every single time. But like, yeah, they're grooving to the pre-approved radio hits, and suddenly there's a song about Bosnian artillery just rolling in. Like, Central Europe is definitely a very, very funny region with a lot of gimmicks. Alright, let's touch the cow. Do it now. Okay. Alright, so the ox is in the box. Just gotta wake up the crane guy. But yeah, I hope the music is loud enough. Oh well. Jeez. Might as well go and dance to that. After which I'll try and get in some music. Might as well.
What are they doing?
I'm just chugging along.
The essence of chaos.
Partially. Anywho, let's see. Oh yeah.
These will be your transports for the afternoon.
Let's see. The electric cars are in, and hopefully I get to, after the cutscene ends, I'll try to
Still not clear on chaos.
open up the, you know, music playlist so that there's
Central Park.
actual stuff to do.
Look at this. See, I'm right again. Nobody could have predicted that Dr. Grant would suddenly jump out of a moving vehicle.
Alan?
Anywho, now we're gonna go and take a dive into shit. Like actual shit.
Come on, it's okay. She's sick.
I have to insist that we get moving.
You know, if it's all right, I'd like to stay with Dr. Harding and finish up with the trike.
Sure. Seems to happen about
Anyways.
every 6 weeks or so.
I'd have to see the dinosaurs dropping.
I'm gonna switch on over to my playlist, and we're gonna resume shortly. I just need to get something, at least some music. You know, let's run the old playlist and throw out the licensed ones, which always keep making some trouble. That sound good? I hope so, because there ain't much options past that. So yeah, let's throw out the licensed ones, which should leave us with a decent lineup. Oh yeah, we got the music back. So right now, like, there's a little detail which I really like about Jurassic Park 1 and 2, being that this dino vet is actually a relative of Sarah Harding from Jurassic Park 2. Personally, I do prefer the book, but it's not necessarily, you know, because of any sort of a you know, pretentious sense that my book is better, but the book is better, again, in a lot of regards. Maybe because Bob Muldoon actually gets to live, which, you know, he's the type of character that you get the impression that he should have made it for the Jurassic World movie as well, but at the same time, you know, clever girl. Well, that's it's a pretty neat scene. Oh yeah, we have acquired a shit carrot. We probably reek, but guess what? We're gonna turn the dive once more. Alright. There we go. Oh yeah, this guy is a spotter. Because I think, like, outside of the Lego Batman games, the Lego Jurassic Park and Lego City were the ones that kind of reintroduced the gear-based ability system, of which I'm not necessarily a fan of, but you know, that's just me and my sensibilities, you know. Like, sometimes I'd argue that is not made for me. Sometimes I'd argue it is a somewhat valid argument. I mean, I don't think that anyone should make a guitar game for me. because I don't necessarily play those kinds of games, but at the same time I would not wouldn't say that the deficiencies of something like the modern day big production movies, well, a lot of them in fact are, I do not think that, you know, I find issues with their quality due to the fact that they're not for me. And, well, they kinda aren't, but yeah, I do not think they have any sort of, you know, I do not consider them quality content. But I do think that, you know, the lack of quality, you know, kind of precedes the possibility that, you know, maybe they were making it for the Tumblr rights, not for me. That's like secondary in that case. But, you know, I don't know, I might be just, you know, ranting and raving. There might be some weight to it, might not. But anywho, I'll deposit the fruit. And, oh. Kinda lurker heavy, aren't we, today? Oh well. That's perfectly okay, you know. God, I'm always happy when someone, you know, comes around saying hi, but, you know, no obligation. You know, I am an ODSP. I'm more than well aware of the fact that it isn't, you know, it isn't the creator, the content is, well, kind of revolving around. It's more like there's the people that I'm making stuff for, not for me. You know, yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. Like, I know that a lot of the people in the Twitch streamer sphere are sometimes fall into that mind trap where they kind of convince themselves they're hot shit, and they do a lot of dumb stuff as a fall of that, but I seek to avoid that, you know. Like, I don't like, I'm happy for back pads and belly rubs, but at the same time I'm not the type that would be too keen on yes man. As in, you know, like, you like my stuff? That's cool. If you don't like my stuff, that's also cool. But at the same time, I don't want, you know, I'm not necessarily, you know, that keen on, you know, unwarranted praise. If that makes sense. Because admittedly there are, you know, currently some shortcomings to my current stuff that I'm more than well aware of. For example, you know, the lack of updates. I'm probably told it to a couple fellers yesterday. You probably weren't there, but yeah, I should seriously, you know, keep people updated on a more frequent basis. Because I kind of fumbled the bag when it comes to, you know, video updates, for which I kind of feel bad, you know. Like, I did let people know about the hiatus, but at the same time, you know, Adam. AWS. But anywho, how has your new year been? I know that I've been along for quite a while. I missed all the New Year's madness. Be it some happenings in the States, or some more happenings in the States, or some more happenings outside that. Like, suffice to say, you could argue that I appear to be a couple news cycles behind. And as such, I can't necessarily, you know, be super topical. But that's the general rule of thumb for me. Not that I would mind. You know, sometimes living under a rock is more of a blessing than it is a curse. Sometimes you really don't need to know that there was one music guy who was a little who was on the questionable side of financial responsibility, and blew like 50k on an animation, which was like softcore smut. And at that point, you know, just get yourself a get a GF, give her the weird ass Yasmin Hotel costume, you know, and there you go. I don't know. That's what I would do, but then again, you know, who am I to say that? I appear to be an aspiring future bachelor, and probably in more than one way. So yeah. But anywho, I'll go unlock the gate for the Triceratops guy, for the dinosaur, but you know. Alright, let's see. It was a smooth jump into shit. Which, yeah, I find it funny how they made it a mechanic. Oh, what is your special ability? You can jump into shit. Like, it is very slapstick, if I may say so myself. So let's bonk this one. Oh, there we go. Unlock the Triceratops, and this is one of the few unskippable Ember things. Amber crystals, yeah. So yeah, so I was saying I'm gonna try and you know, kind of expedite the content creation thing on my side of things, and hopefully stuff will go swimmingly. Though I do have some stuff to catch up on, especially that, you know, now that the guy that I'm editing for is gonna be working on a Guyver review at some point, so I gotta watch that thing. But yeah, I can't really complain. In fact, I really feel like, you know, I should be grateful for the fact that now I have just enough time off to catch up. No, it's a bit of a breather, arguably. All right. What is it now? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go get this character. Sure, why not? And oh yeah, this buggy doesn't. Oh well. Well, guess what? We have now summoned the most based vehicle in this game. The almighty forklift. We're gonna try and oh crap. Can't even ram into things. What a shame. But I can put this thing, I can lift this thing up and down. Which, you know, it's always cool. There should be a little puzzle that I can tend to over here. There happens to be a rock slide. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything for me to do in this enclosure? Oh yeah. That's this is one of the game's many ways to get various things done. Like, for example, this thing introduces you to the Dino terminal, where you can play as the Jurassic, Triassic, and Cretaceous denizens of a foregone era. So let's do exactly that. Just gotta bonk it. Okay. Oh, an encounter? What encounter? Okay. Now I can do the... Oh, what encounter? Oh, there we go. We should begin later. And, oh yeah, there's another thing that I can bonk. I think... Yeah, the Triceratops can also charge up. Well, there's various interesting gimmicks to the dinos. Though, one thing that's a bit of a shame in my opinion is that there's a lot of polish to be made. And, balancing the dino to dino combat, which I know that people don't usually do so, but it's one of the things that I'm gonna artistically do anyways. It's like it is an inevitability. Oh yeah, there's the open world. And so yeah, let's go clear away, and after that I think I'll go regroup with the rest. Oh, there we go. I'll hit those rocks. Yeah, I'll get to travel through, and now let's go see Ellie. Well, okay, that didn't do much. Now let's let us do silly things with the silly car. Personally, I'm not looking forward to having to kinda, sort out the audio on the Crossbone thing too much, because I don't like recording audio. It's very tedious, but other than that, it's gonna be a blast. Both for you, the viewer, and both for me, the guy who wants to, who intends on making part 2 into existence. And of course, at some point, part 3. I'm gonna try and interlace those Crossbone entries with regular stuff, so that so that you don't get bored in the meantime, and so that I don't get burned the fuck out. Because there's people who can focus on something constantly and not get tired of it, and I can definitely do so for some time, but I don't think constantly working on that would do me any good. So yeah, there's, as I said at the start of the stream, there's a lot to look forward to. Also, on the note of having a on the note of making a Discord at some point, like as a server, there probably ain't gonna be a NSFW channel, because like I'm not gonna completely rule out the possibility, but for the time being, the only not safe for work channel that I'm gonna have there would involve, committing OSHA violations in video games, because as I've seen, it's that thing is usually trouble if you don't have either some Jannies to sweep it up, or some way to keep people from doing retarded shit. And I personally do not. I want to avoid using any of the Jenny kind to do any work as much as possible. So yeah, if I devise a plan to implement it, well, you will be the first to know, that's for sure. Also, I'm not gonna call it too early, but maybe this weekend I might try to get a GBO2 lobby going, you know. Just for shits and giggles. But I'd say that, you know, the number one priority this week is to finish the 2 scripts that I'm working on. One for this week's scripted video, and one for Crossbone Part 2, and you know, I'll gradually, you know, get that one done as well. Rest assured, you know, I haven't fallen asleep on my laurels, nor will I likely do so. I can guarantee you that. Alright, what did we dig out? Now, what is it? Oh, a goat. Nice. Goat. I don't know, the no NSFW thing. It's one of the things that I've, you know, picked up on, you know, from. Not that I would not mind a server with an NSFW thing, but usually, as it goes, you know, unless Tard Wranglers are present, it is very, very hard to contain the ensuing fuckery, which, yeah, that's it's definitely something I'd have to account for, which I don't wanna. The least possible drama that's produced, the better. Well, the less produced, the better. Alright, so I'll just have to knock the tree down. Circle the third for the 3 points. Oh, free money, in fact. So yeah, as stated, I do have a particular vision of how I want to make things, and gonna try to, you know, expand it in a functional way that will not result in any sort of, you know, shenanigans. Also, look, T-Rex, that's a bone. Go there. There we go. Old guy has his own chew toy. Alright, let's dig out the junior. So I think that's Alex and Timmy, if I recall correctly. Alright, let's get him out. Oh, we got Alex. we go. Oh, I gotta... Yeah, I gotta spam the button. Oh yeah, and this one can... yeah, I think this one can scream, which can destroy these windows. It's a really cool gimmick with the window destruction. And, well, with glass in general. It's something that's not used very often in LEGO games. I think the most frequent use of it was okay, what is this? Yes, I know that this character can scream. Why is the glass not breaking? Ah. Okay. Oh, I gotta hold it. Oh. Another weird and wacky gimmick, but... If all goes well... Oh, there we go. The guy eats this thing. We bail out Timmy. Oh, not yet. First the flare gun. Well, first the flares. Oh, there's Ian. Ian Malcolm. The math guy. And now I have to... Oh, yeah. Another button mashing sequence. Where I kind of have to... Alright. Let's redo it again. Sometimes it gets weird and wonky, so let's just retry. Because there are some bugs present. Only some of them. But those that are here can get fairly egregious. Just a heads up, you know. Well, now the T-Rex is gonna go after the accountant. Alright. Are toilet paper rolls tax deductible? That's the question. No. And they should be out. Oh yeah. Now we get the cliff sequence. I like this one. You have to climb. Oh. Bummer. So it's oh yeah. In the second movie you have the rope climb thing. Yeah, well. Might as well go check on the avenue. Ah, fair enough. I mean, as stated by one guy whose podcast I watch, you know, with the way uploads work, etc., and content works, it's generally good practice to keep making stuff on a consistent basis, so that there's people who tune in and they're like, oh yeah, like this time, around this time there should be a stream, around this time of the week there should be a video, there should be at least one a week, right? Something of that nature. And I mean, he ain't wrong. It, I heard it on the Jersh podcast, and I can't agree more. I guess, If like the moment the habit is built, the people definitely do come around and check the stuff out a more consistent basis. Which, yeah. I guess that's one of the things that certain big name channels kind of whinge about when they try to, you know, heavily game on the algorithm appeasement in game, and you know, and they kind of overextend, which does fuck them over in the long run. But you know, like that's it's kind of their responsibility at the end of the day, as is, you know, everyone else's. Yeah, like everyone else is responsible for their actions. That's what I meant to say. Oh crap. Okay. So, step 1. Oh yeah, that's the 2-player thing. I got a parkour over there. And, drop this one. There you go. Rope ladder, rope ladder. I can imagine that this could be... like, this is definitely the type of game that you play just because of the... well, mainly because of the wacky local multiplayer ventures. You know, it's kind of evocative of the unfortunately not as prominent games which are, you know, basically sold on the gimmick of, oh look, there is local multiplayer, you can do wacky shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of those around nowadays, but it's not as big as it used to be. Which, yeah, in my personal opinion, that's a shame. Also, alright, let's see. Okay. Alright. Let's do an Indiana Jones. And booyah. Got a bridge. Let's see. Oh. Okay, that didn't work. Well, oh shit. I need the raptor claw. Oh well. I didn't fall too far. So I'll just have to go there. And the AI is being retarded, which is always fun. You know, given how frequently I use that word, I don't know, I'm a little surprised that, you know, there's no internet schizos that came, you know, gunning, but then again, I'm a small fry for the most part, and they don't, like, to me, the whole cancellation phenomenon, you know, it in my opinion started as, you know, as one of the, like, as a more of a parasocial phenomenon, which then kind of devolved into, you know, the modern day ideological witch hunts that, you know, we kind of face nowadays. And I mean, yes, the mob culture. Yes, that's generally a more global phenomenon, though. This version of it, so to say, is more, I'd say, tends to be more prominent in around the Anglosphere. You know, though one could argue that it's kind of some sort of a westernized equivalent of the more Mao-style struggle sessions. Although, you know, although much more defanged, fortunately. So, well, yes, the schizo mobs do tends to be a thing nowadays, but they're not as not as potent as their counterparts from the more tyrannical regimes of the old. Anywho, that's my thoughts on it. I mean, it's retarded either way, but I'm just saying that. At the very least, it doesn't have as much power as it used to be. As it used to have. And now we shall oh yeah, there's one thing I have to hit, but I'm not sure which one. I hope I didn't miss that. I think there's a spot where this thing kind of zooms out, where you get to pick up an item. Oh fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is a sequence where you have to go in a specific pattern. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's go. Fuck. I should have held to the right, so. Ah, well. I mean, I can always replay it, but it's still a shame that I missed. That I missed out on the route. Oh well. Let's see. I mean, I do want to dodge stuff, but yeah, fuck it. Like, it's not the end of the world. Right now, I'm just trying to, you know, run for the campaign. So I would say I'm not necessarily min-maxing. Oh well. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Hard reboot of the system, so to speak, and it should undo Nerdy Nedry's shenanigans. Let me think. Oh yeah, like I did mention a couple times before how, you know, I, you know, don't tend to get a lot of sleep, but fortunately for me, like, I finally got a decent amount of shut-eye in a while. So there's that. It's definitely neat. Anyways, yeah, in this sequence I just have to get here, crawl through there, and that's that. Let's, I'd say that's one of the things that these games do fairly well. Like, they don't give you all the tools right away, so that you kinda have to, you know, engage with the game more. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's sort of, you know, trying to condition you to act a certain way, like certain game limits do. So yeah, I'd say that that's probably the best way to, you know, kinda incentivize the player, so to say. I don't think one should, like, one should explicitly, you know, just push heavily. Just, I think that, you know, just nudging is a much much better way to go about it. Is, you know, sometimes certain limits in games are fairly arbitrary. Like, I still think that, you know, games that are made to, you know, punish grinding or something like that, or even MMOs that are made to do that, I think that's bad game design. You know. For one, it's a single player game. You know, people should do whatever the fuck they want with it. Because I mean, it's their copy. You know. Besides, I do not think that the people who are like, yeah, I think the game should be played this and this game, and the dev team are have much of an idea what makes for a fun experience in a lot of ways. Like, for example, with games like Far Cry 6, with the bullet sponging and the various ammo types, no, people don't find it, like, a lot of people, me included, don't find that engaging, you know, having to switch between 3+ types of ammo just to take certain enemies out. It's fairly shallow. Like, oh yeah, there's this and this thing, and I don't think that there's. I think that in a lot of cases there isn't necessarily a justification for making enemies into bullet sponges, or, you know, forcing people into these dorky mechanics. But yeah, what can I do about it, right? There we are. But regardless, let's see. Oh yeah, this is a little bad jump sequence. Alright, should be fairly simple and straightforward. And now, I bring Lego games up in this case because they're formulaic and simple, so you can so it's fairly easy to you know somehow distinguish a specific mechanic and be like and you know completely parallel it either with another installment or something of that nature. Oh, so for the flashbang, it's because this game is being wacky with the night vision goggles. Alright, so where's the... Yeah, we get to dig out some more bones. You know, come to think of it, there's been one concept on my mind, which I've kind of, you know, I think I'm being increasingly convinced that such a thing is a thing. You know, specifically, you know how there's the concepts of safe edgy or safe horny, which is like a quote-unquote acceptable form of it, which is which is basically made acceptable by a bunch of suckers that, you know, just wants to have their cake and eat it too, while shaming everybody for doing it. I'd argue that there's something of that nature, but generally with you know, with both partisan political things at large. Because I mean, it's how you know, that's how you get all the various subreddits being like, "Ooh, just don't you know, add more political shit," which, you know, would have been a perfectly reasonable standard. But I personally get the impression that such a standard is not being equally upheld, with which I do find issue. Well, I do take issue with that, because I mean, I do not think that there should be such a hypocritical standard. Either, you know, either keep it a shit show or not, or don't make it a shit show where only one party is allowed. That's my point. Oh yeah, and I missed a few more of the flag things. Well, yeah, it's alright. Yeah, I can always get that in free play. It's just that, you know, it's still a bit of a bummer. Oh, there we go. We got a T-Rex with a turkey. Or perhaps a chicken. I do not know. Because I mean, I've seen it firsthand. You know, like you got like mainly on the more shall we say well, servers that are a bit closer to subreddits than actual servers. But, you know, but that's just me. Like, Honestly, I do think that there is such a thing, but it could be a hunch. Nothing but a hunch. Because it is a pattern that I kept noticing. It is a pattern that's growingly egregious. Like, you know, like a good example would be the Gundam subreddit, because it's you know, you'd guess that that M would be a bigger cesspool, but nah. M is just, you know, M just has contrarians and dipshits, but the subreddit is much worse, at least as far as, you know, Gundam is concerned. Likely a lot more media. Where it's like, you know, currently the larger half of... I don't want to say currently, because I haven't been to that cesspit for multiple months, in fact. But the last thing I saw there was some people ringing about something benign. So I don't know. I doubt that anything has changed. Just, you know, I'd argue that, you know, that the current social media landscape is basically like, you know, it has allowed insufferable self-righteous jackasses to be insufferable self-righteous jackasses, and regretfully there isn't much to you know, that can be done to stop that. Also, yeah, that's an amber. Booyah. And yeah, the two minikits from the chase, well, the minikit and the other thing from the chase sequence, yes, those can be caught much easier with the red bricks enabled, but I do not have any, and as such, it is what it is. But yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. Oh, there we go. Even gonna say, nice little bridge. Which reminds me, I should definitely try and get the New Year's stuff going. And the moment I manage to sort out Crossbone Part 2, I should probably... I could, you know, try and set up another episode of the Overlay Bar next. Because, I know that there isn't many people who watch it, unfortunately. Because, I mean, I'd say it's fun. Yeah. A bit of the onus is on me for not trying hard enough with him. As stated, I do not have any, you know, delusions of grandeur that this thing will that this channel, this operation will is basically what amounts to a fun hobby of mine to turn into anything major overnight, especially given my pet peeves that I have to, you know, clear out, such as, you know, the lack of updates on larger projects, etc. but at the same time, I know that there are certain things that I could do without, you know, heavily compromising and stuff, which could, you know, come in handy. Oh, there we go. Oh, so that's the stuff I gotta shoot. I see. Well, interesting. So let's grab the third. And oh look, that's a vent. Insert obligatory Among Us jokes. Among Us joke here. Of course. You know, funnily enough, there was a time wherein LEGO games just bare fists were the superior weapon, because they dealt the same amount of damage as every single other weapon, and they were the fastest. So you could just, you know, go full 7-page mood on an enemy, and it worked. Funnily enough.
You can't throw the main switch by hand. You've got to pump up the primer handle in order to get the
Anywho, let's let us reboot this high-tech thingy. Oh, it's gonna. Oh yeah, that was a fairly simple quick-time event, and we got lights. Unfortunately, we do have raptors. And Ray Arnold, who's dead. And in the movie, it was just one hand of him. But yeah. Thing is, we have ran into a phenomenon called smart raptors. Clever? Oh yeah, that's gonna be that part. Oh, another thing that I could shoot down for a mini kit. That's cool. And anywho, I should probably check on the chat. Alright. Nothing new to check up on. Fair enough. And yeah, as stated, Hale's shirt lid has resumed its activities. Also, it's a bit of a shame that they didn't give, I know that they did it for gameplay reasons, but it would be funnier if they actually gave Bob Muldoon his Space 12. That's a really cool weapon, you know. The Italians know their stuff, especially with guns. You know, like, oh yeah, this is the jump scare central. You gotta slap the scales covered piece of shit. Let's dance. Oh, okay. I couldn't even dodge the raptor. Oh well. Let's roll. You know, I wish I could have. Would be fun if I could run Dino Crisis as well, but still have to set that one up. You know. I know one guy who really wanted me to get one to run on his PC, so I think that's where I left the ISOs and yeah. At the moment I sort out other stuff, including, you know, the current channel priorities, I might tend to that, but not now. Getting back to making stuff, getting back to, you know, also getting back to coding. That's the current objective. You know, I guess like a while ago it was, alright, let's dance. Was current objective survive in the finals? Now that I did, well, it's time for step 2. Oh, isn't this gonna be... Oh yeah, that one's actually gonna be a boss fight, and a fun one at that. So let's go. Almost even... Dang, I almost got the true survivor status, you know, the one that you get from making enough money during a level in. Oh, there we go. The Lego game. I like those, like a lot. To get to do a lot of wacky stuff. Also, yeah, this one... This is gonna be a little jumpy. A little jumpier than usual. Holy moly, it's still... Like what, still half base 5? Gee. I'm fast. Nice. Now let's get the one with the raptor. But which one is the one with the raptor? Oh fuck. Alright. It's like the cup game. The one with 1 quarter and 3 cups, so. Oh yeah. Now he's there. He had been bonked. Alright. Alright, so. I think he's still there. Oh yeah. Alright, so. And now he should be... Oh yeah. That was easier than I thought. Honestly. And right now, like if this wasn't a Lego thing, he would be like unfolding the stock of the weapon, but no. Instead, he's got a super wacky thing. It's like, oh no, there's a banana in my barrel. Clever girl. Nom nom. With this guy, I honestly prefer the novel ending where he gets out. You know, like one of the things that I'm gonna give to the novel over the movie is how graphic it sometimes got when you know, describing, for example, the fate of Dennis Nedry. That was pretty metal, not gonna lie. Like you know, with the Dilophosaurus getting the fat fuck like a fish. It's like that sure is some nightmare fuel. That's for sure. Like this. There's a lot of cool stuff like that. Also, flashbang warning in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I was too late to do, you know, the full warning, but anywho. Let's just, oh yeah, so I do have a manual map toggle. Nice to hear. And yeah, this is the final stage of the first movie. The Visitor Center. Oh yeah, this one even has the MGR-esque fight. So yeah, that'll be fun. And if you're wondering, like, what sort of degree I'm studying is, but it has something to do with, like, media stuff. It's like, it's got a fairly long name. And, technically can get to, technically gets to, like, you know, do some coding on the side, which, yeah, that's, I definitely wanna learn to code, not only to own journals, but also to, you know, have something to do. Oh, there we go, raptors in the future, in the kitchen. So yeah, like if I get to learn to code, then I might get a gig out of that. You know, if I finish my bachelor's degree, I might be able to break into the, maybe as an audio-visual field, not it's not smart JP bros. I know that you have those two letters as basically a shorthand for smart, but no, I actually wouldn't mind. I actually would not mind, you know, being a more professional editor. No. Either coding or video editing. That's definitely something that I could, you know, imagine myself doing. Because I mean, it is fun, it is fulfilling, and it does definitely pay well. So yeah, like, even though the chances of me making a substantial amount of you know, off of this hobby, chances of that are fairly thin. So what? You know, there's, you gotta have something to kind of fall back on more without, you know, I'd have a gig. That's having a gig is good. Because with that, my options would be covered. But anywho. Ah, these smarmy fuckers are roaming around the kitchen. So let's see. Oh, there's a booster jump thingy. Right. Oh yeah, I know this one. Because I get here, I push a thing, and get the raptor number 2. Anywho. So, oh yeah, there's the freezer and all the cool stuff. But right now, I'm just gonna have to push it over here. You know, kind of thinking back at the crossbone thing, I find it funny how it kind of managed to integrate, you know, the technology of the time, such as floppy disks, into that thing with it seeming like very matter of fact. You know, like arguably it fits there fairly well. Oh, watch out! There's gonna be another flashbang, cause this. Like, I don't play. I'm not currently playing as Ian Macomb, so it's not not a flare. It's just full-on NVGs. There's a night vision goggles, and as such, green filter, and green filter no more. But yeah, behold, Raptor, ice cream. Come, foul lizard, come into the freezer. Nya! Sorry, I tried to go for the Skeletor voice, but the fact that I have that the seasonal cold got me caught me lacking. Anywho, with that out of the way, let's try and be super sneaky. And yet the raptor is kind of following our pace, which is funny. Which yeah, it is slow, but it has some atmosphere to it. You know, like it is basically a Telltale game first and foremost, so arguably, you know, it has certain gimmicks that are basically retained. And as such, I can't fault the game much for that. Oh, no, I'm trying to... Oh, now! Bonk. Alright. The raptor has been bonked. Alright. The juniors are there. Now another thing that, you know, speaking of the chapter visitor center, another thing that I kind of prefer from the original book as opposed to the movie is that, like, you know, in the second Jurassic Park movie, I'm assuming that at this point most people here watching it either saw it or are somewhat aware of it, so I won't be spoiling anyone here. But you know, in the movie, basically John Hammond is on his deathbed, and with his heir being a dipshit, you know, Grant's, no, not Grant, Ian is basically, like, forced to, you know, go along with an expedition in order to save a couple people based on certain news from the Hammond estate. While in the book, it's much closer to, like, again, Jurassic, you know, in the Crichton book, in Jurassic Park 1, John Hammond straight up dies, which I do find funny, but also fitting, you know. Okay, he was a man with a large ego, who treated a lot of things with reckless abandon. So I could, you know, kind of imagine that, you know, him dying to compies was a little karmic in certain ways. Like, it does make sense. That's what I was trying to say. You know, with basically Yen Malcolm, which, okay, Yen's return did came of a little contrived in the books. I can argue that, you know, with him being like seriously fucked up and wounded from the raptor attack. I think it was the raptor attack. He was, yeah, he was like taking refuge in the condo with Bob Muldoon, and I think one of the raptors scratched him up real bad. But even so, it was, you know, treated somewhat feasibly. It was not the thing in you know how in Stephen King's Misery, the pole guy gets kidnapped by that crazy bitch, and he has to, you know, bullshit away to bring back her favorite character from the series. Yeah, that one. I honestly think that, you know, this was still in the realm of somewhat feasible bullshittery. Oh yeah, and this is the funky sequence. Okay. There we go. We're playing Osu on mini mode. Oh yeah, we're hacking. Well, there we go. That's Yen and the guy who should become Sagnatus food in book. At this very point, with him kind of venturing out of the visitor center, slipping on the ground, and then getting swarmed by compies. Which I'd argue that, yeah, that's that is somewhat believable. Though, you know, kind of slapstick at the same time. Not that I would complain. I mean, it is quite entertaining, ultimately. Let's see. I'm guessing that there was probably something where I could have tapped the visitor center and gotten some bonus off of that, but yeah, screw it. I'll be fine. Oh, poor little raptors chilling with the ice cream and ham. Well, too bad. Guess what? Power restored. There we go, and we're getting a oh yeah, we're getting a super special gate for midgets. Aight, Timmy, you're on. Timothy Murphy, who's I think those two were Hammond's grandkids, right? Oh yeah. I'm gonna go and check up on the chat. Nothing new. Alright. Fair enough. I shall return back to the game. Hopefully this habit of, you know, constantly checking ain't annoying you fellers in the chat too much, because you know, I said that before. I only have one monitor to work with, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. And the disadvantageous part is the fact that I can't really, you know, keep up with both the chat and the game at the same time. Well, unless it's a turn-based thing. And as such, I do, check on just in case. Because it's always nice to, catch a message live as opposed to beating myself up over missing a few in the VOD, which I think happened to me only once. I generally have a decent track record with those, fortunately. And let's see. Oh yeah. Let's switch to the hacker man. But first, oh yeah. Oh, what is up, Barry BB? Your message has finally loaded. And yes, I agree. It is one big pile of shit. Honest to God, I'm hoping that I didn't miss it from okay, what was? Oh yeah, so it's red, green, yellow, and yeah, very fitting quote. You know, I'm hoping that I'll get to doing the third diving at some point in this game, so that the quote will be fitting once again. Alright, so tap, 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 and tap. Like, these sequences are fairly easy to memorize. Right. Let's see. Oh, and the guy in the background being like, I think I forgot one thing. And that never ceases to entertain me. Like, that specific bit where the character's like, maybe there's a raptor roaming around here, and then they get to meet the raptor. Right. We should get a new thing going on. Oh yeah. The raptor's being an asshole again, so it's time to build the thing that he knocked down. And guess what? I'm gonna build it, build something useful out of it. Okay, what was it? Oh, a ladder. That's always a hefty thing. Now, these cutscenes are kinda, at least to me, are somewhat nostalgic to me. Oh, sorry, gotta hit the switch around the soundtrack because it kept looping. Let's roll. Oh, Unix system, yep. There we go. Keeping on the... keeping on top of the chat with a slight delay, but yeah, still works. Yep, you're right on the money. It's the Unix system. As always, many thanks for, tuning in, taking along. Oh, there we go. Even got the True Survivor thing before the T-Rex fight. Which is always a nice surprise. Okay, so, it's, Plants versus Dinos. There you go. Even trapped the sucker. That's scary close to the raptor head, but it is what it is. so there we go. Can break all these planks just lying around. And there we go. We got ourselves a bridge. But yeah, it's gonna definitely come in handy. Especially now that I can flip over these bars. Let's collect the studs. And I think that should net us another mini kit. But yeah, I really like the way the mini kits are, you know, generally treated in this series. Oh, there we go. That's a freebie, surprisingly enough. And right. Let's commence forth. Let's go. You know, there's one fairly funny dinosaur thing with the sauropod right here. Is that you know, I was born at a time when Brontosaurus wasn't a thing, you know. It was like the Diplodocus, well, the Diplodocus thing, you know, that dino was discovered with some other bones. And they thought it was a Brontosaurus, so they mixed it up. They were like, Brontosaurus is a thing! And then they corrected it. And for the entirety of my life, all the way up to, you know, like 2 years ago, I thought that there is no such a thing as Brontosaurus. However, it appears that in 2015, they were like, fuck it, we actually did not make a mistake, and there was some pieces of Brontosaurus in amidst those bones. So yeah, I got epically trolled, and let's show this raptor who's the boss of this gym. Fuck, I forgot to tap the. All right, so this. Yeet! Alright. GG's. And now... Alright, where shall I go? It's gonna be... Alan Grant, yep. Because he's got the claw! Because the claw is the law. Which shall be laid down on the raptor. And guess what? Second stage! Right. Bonk. Double bonk. And yeet! Okay. That's pretty cool. So I'm guessing rinse and repeat, right? Oh yeah, hit him with a bucket. And now, final stage. So, get him, grab him, stomp him, and alright, so get the momentum going. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright. That should be enough. And yeet. Anywho, that should generally... That should be it for the first movie. Poor Bobby Muldoon, stuck with the dinos. Of course, we still get to have some slapstick. Oh, that's... And I'm gonna go check on the chat. Jurassic Park was my obsession at then. Oh, nice, fellow dinosaur connoisseur. Great. I think I still have some wacky dino toys, you know, hanging around here. I'm not sure about the set of dino minis that I had laying around. I'm not sure where I put those, but aside from that, I think I should have some funny rubber dinos somewhere. And definitely a Lego Velociraptor. I think I've got that one, funnily enough. And yes, this credit sequence is actually playable, which I do find funny. You know, in a two-player mode, it can be used to, you know, sort of mess around. But at the same time, I don't want to dwell on the credit sequence too long, so let's skip that. Like, when it comes to, like, dinosaur toys, dude, I know I'm fucking 20, but I wish I had my old ones, because a lot of them are really cool. Yeah, well, you know, you gain some, you lose some. You know, I still remember, like, back when, you know, quote-unquote, robot animals were a big fad, and, you could get a Robo-Raptor. Nowadays, I'm not sure whether you can get one. They're probably out of, like, no longer being sold, but those looked really cool. I think I've missed like one generation of Lego dinos, but gee, those are really cool. Such a shame that, you know, a lot of stuff in my... Oh yeah! Welcome, Rogue New Tap! Yeah, I'm playing some Lego Jurassic Park. I'm giving some dinos the crisis they need. Like, it's I'd say this is a fun game for a return stream. Now, if I had a co-pilot, it would have been a little more fun, given that, you know, you can generally do a lot more shenanigans. Also, this incident thingy, I think that was in the first book. I think roughly at the start of it. So it should be Nick with a crowbar. So where's the guy? We don't have him. Oh, shame. Oh yeah, and we get to roll on the wheels, just like Zan's care intended. I mean, what? Like, this one's definitely a fun thing to do. Look, man, I joined the Zanskar Empire. I still can't believe Domino got away with just straight up using tires in a victory. Oh yeah, Lego stuff was all the rage back in my day as well. Like over time the sets went up in price like super steeply. After which I kind of had to stop buying those. But like I had a decent collection. You know, like my shelves were full. I had a big circular table. I'm not sure where it is. It's probably either gone or in the attic. But I had that one spot full, and it probably stretched some more. Like at its peak, I had a really cool collection. Nowadays, I'd say the only thing left of it outside of things stashed away are more or less games, which I've started collecting a lot of those during early 2010s, and I mean there's a lot of them which are still fun to play. Like, I'm sorry for overusing the word like, but I think I started off at Lego Harry Potter, like the second game, not the first game. After which, you know, I went on to Lego Marvel superheroes and the rest. It's basically how I got onto Steam. You know, because that one came out in around I think 2012. So yeah, that's how I got there. And honestly, they're fun, especially when played with like buddies. Now they ain't like anything super advanced, though. To be fair, I have labbed a lot of them, like almost to an unreasonable extent. I have spent large chunks of time during my youth, you know, labbing out the PvP so that I could cheese it and you know, mollywop my brother, which it's a habit that it kind of drove a lot of people that I knew at the time to not play Lego games with me, because I had Minimax stuff, and yeah, I was a little balance breaker. Oh, I didn't sell all my Legos. I either passed it down or stashed it away. And honestly, my favorite Lego line? That's a tough question. That it is generally a tough one because, like, there was Lego Power Miners. You know, for a while I thought that was the coolest thing around the block. But yeah, it was very fun though. Unfortunately, a lot of the parts for the joints were super flimsy, which that didn't sit right with me. I wish it was like, I wish they could have you know, well, I wish they would have, you know, updated those parts, but you know, it took him around 5 years to rectify the problem. By which time the weird Cave King set, or well, it was one of the rock monsters that I got, like the big one, and that guy's arms and leg joints broke. That was a huge letdown. Though I mean, it did have some cool bits. Honestly, it's hard to tell. Like I was definitely you could say that I was definitely big on Lego Ninjago. Oh, you know, like the first and second season. When I was around, you know, elementary and middle school. Anywho. Oh crap. I left the wrong character down there. But, I don't know. It is a tricky question. Oh, shit. Like, I don't like these elevators, which have a slight bug, unfortunately, where they kinda don't end up fully up there, so you kind of have to jump with those. Oh, there we go. I actually got to fix it. There we go, another mini kit. I really like those. Now, in a lot of the older Lego games, you even got a lot of bonuses off of that. Like in the new ones, you get like smaller, well, much smaller rewards. Like in Lego Pirates of the Caribbean, you got your own little boats. Those were fun. Lego Star Wars, you got like bonus characters. Alright, so I had to get Nick Van Oven. Yep. And yeah. This is a fairly simple and straightforward level. We kind of have to just set up the crane. And the thing should be there. After which I think after that there is a mini stage where you kind of have to tire wrangle Sarah Harding into, you know, not getting trampled by the Stegos, which I do find funny. Like, oh, Look at these ginormous animals. How about you don't get stepped on them? Like, this is not a animal situations where you're like, step on me, mammy. No, this is a fucking dinosaur. That's it's heading straight for you. You don't want a dinosaur to step on you. Though personally, I didn't understand the allure of, you know, getting stepped on in the first place. But and again, you know, what can I say? Different strokes for different folks. I guess I'd assume that maybe Scalies have the step on me thing when it comes to dinosaurs, but it's still fucking weird. And all right. Crane is slow. Alright, that's... Alright. Ready to sortie. Oh, senior college? Ew, that means... Gee, dude. Let's see, that's 2015-ish, right? Holy moly, dude. I didn't realize you were in your 30s. Holy moly. It's I always thought you were around 27, 28. Gee, does the time fly? I know that nowadays, I'd say that things are changing at a much, I'd say, at a much larger pace. So, you know, it's I guess that's one of the reasons why I feel why I feel fairly old, even though I'm, you know, in my early 20s. Let's check on the... Oh! Whoa! Oh yeah, the underwater sets were cool. I remember those. Oh, so it's a part of the Miami MILF King. Which, I mean, look. Here's my take on MILFs is that, you know, like, there's a part of it where it's hot, and there's a part of it where it goes into hardcore Sigmund Freud territory. However, like, I can respect that. You know, that's, I guess that's the, you know, because, I mean, what? Oh, I forgot. With the flare, I can't really fight, so it's gonna be a bit of a problem. However. Oh yeah, there's the extras, and I think there should be a ladder or something for the quote-unquote other player. Alright, so let me guess. Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. Through this rock. And I built an anvil. That's cool. Holy shit, like, time does really fly. You know, I personally have been raised with a lot of stuff that's like, it's from mid 90s. Well, a lot of which being much older. So, I guess like, in some things I have more in common with, you know, people who are, you know, 5 years apart from me, as opposed to, you know, my peers. Which, yeah, I do find, you know, somewhat entertaining. But anywho, let's get this one. Guess me being an honorary geriatric aside, back to the game, and probably back to checking on the chat. Hey, all right. I'm all caught up. So, let's get the egg. There we go. And what is... oh. It's an interesting contraption. A trampoline-based axe. I used to use this contraption to troll my siblings when playing with him. Like, oh, get out of the way! And then I, then I sprung it. And it actually deals damage to other players, which is always funny. Like in the Lego Harry Potter, like before I got the access to, you know, the death spell, like the second most dangerous thing was playing as Hagrid's dog, and then, you know, as Hagrid, because he had the crossbow. But after that, you know, part of it was in like literally homing insta-kills. Those were funny to troll people with, but I'd argue that another even wackier option were the prank spells in the Harry Potter games. I mean, the ones that made your teammate, or, you know, whoever you pointed it at, you know, they went and backflipped and that was like peak trolling, where you could freeze people in place and they couldn't, you know, escape it. They couldn't dodge it. But I guess, you know, getting hit by that many times when playing that thing with roommates and with family members, kind of, I'd say that it somewhat steeled me against the stun locking of GBO2, even though, to be fair, I still get to, well, I still sometimes, you know, get a little tilted over that. But, you know, as long as I don't play against Talos, it's, the stun locks aren't as frequent to, you know, prompt any major tilts. Though, even though I've been successfully, you know, keeping even that down. Though it is always funny. Like You know, some people take the stun locks in GBO2 as frustrating. I take them as just slapstick. You know, it's just wacky. It's just wacky, whimsical little thing. Right, so oh yeah, I think this thing came out like almost. I think this one came out like about a year or two after the quote-unquote selfie trend got big. That's why the second photo looked like that. I think the most affected LEGO game in this case was the LEGO Marvel's Avengers game, I think. Where it had all the wacky things like Hulk selfies, etc. That's it's one of the things, well, one of the reasons why a lot of attempts to be timely and in games and other pieces of media become dated very, very fast, you know. It's like, oh look, remember dabbing? Remember, fuck. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank here, but another fad. Oh, remember fidget spinners? Oh yeah, things of that nature. That stuff was everywhere. You just had to look for it. I guess that was that was one of the things that you know, I guess that's the gift that keeps on giving in a lot of ways. It's like, I guess I would call it the "how do you do, fellow kids" syndrome. Though, oh, that would make more sense if such a phenomenon was focused, well, was more focused on the more zoomer side of things, but it's it is live and well in a lot of cases, so wouldn't I wouldn't exclusively, you know, label it as "hello there, fellow kids," even though it literally comes off like that. Right, so one goes over there. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Okay, smack this. And okay, this is a Dark Souls okay. Okay, so if the stego. Okay, come here, boy. So there we go. Right, so let's see. We get there. Oh, holy moly! All right, let's get him to hit the third one. Oh, there we go. Even got the piece of amber, which I think unlocks the stego. So, in this case, it's a win-win. Alright, let's see. Alright. Alright, Horntail. Let's snap a few more illustrations, you know. Still got the month of May completely empty, so yeah, we's about to take care of that. Oh, yep. Oh, there we go. That would have been a foolproof plan, but no. The game's like, no, you don't get to do it. You don't get to have fun. Oh, alright, let's... Okay, there was another character pulling the aggro, so right now I can straight up start the setup. And let's get the coup de grace on this. Ah, there we go. Knocked out smooth and knocked out cold. We also got another island, which, yeah, that's good.
I just wanted to make dinner. Wanted better when you guys got back.
Alright, so... Oh, there we go. That's, I think that's a CH-47 Chinook. Right? But not too well versed on my helis, so, feel free to correct me. But I'm fairly certain that that's a Chinook. And might as well, you know, go check on the unlocks. Oh yeah, that's a Stego. And continue story. Yes. You know, I'm really looking forward to working on more stuff. Especially as far as like the new videos are concerned, because like for example, I can do a lot of like Gundam games alone. Not to mention that there's a I think I've also, oh yeah, I did manage to already finish one script of sort of a more rant style video that I think has to be, I feel compelled to make. Not necessarily for the sake of any drama, but just so that I could, you know, get my 2 cents out there. Because something like I'm trying to find the appropriate word, but I have noticed a certain phenomenon when it comes to, you know, people nowadays and the state of that subsection of the game scene, which I think isn't commented on enough. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and hopefully do. Well, I've already more or less finished the main thing. I just need to record it. Also, well, let's get a Jeep, why not? I know it's 50k down the drain, but at least it wasn't spent on a has-been huddle of softcore porn. So, yeah, there we go. We're being financially responsible. Alright. And I think, yeah. Let's go racing. Since, you know, we get a brief bit of open world. So why not? Oh yeah, this is a fairly simple race. Though unfortunately, I kinda fumbled. Oh shit. And there is no quick restart option, so I guess I'll have to go back up the hill. Which, yeah, it ain't that much of a problem. But still, kinda gets on the nerves a little. Not that it would be that much of a problem. Oh well. Big whoop. I can't, get up that hill without having to go on foot. Also, oh, and I would have been able to build that dino spawner, but, oh well, too bad. Well, anywho, I'll, try to redo the race. Because, racing in Lego games, it doesn't, feel as, you know, adrenaline filled as, as in, you know, games that are more or less purpose built for it, but it's still fun. There's also, oh, John Hammond, The Lost World. And I think I'll save my my dough for something more useful at the moment. I could start saving up for the stud multipliers, because those will definitely come in handy. That's one of the... Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, I fumbled. Yeah, well. Alright, let's see. Third time's the charm. Right? Yeah. Honestly... Alright, let's just go check up on the chat real quick. Oh, alright, nothing new. Good. We're caught up, and, now, fuck it, I'll go straight to the story. I might be able to even get towards the end of the second movie at my current pace. So let us commence. Yeah, I should have gotten this one. It's a much more elegant machine for this niche, but unfortunately there appears to be a thing in my path. Right, so let's tend to do some acrobatics. And alright. Nick Van Owen. Oof! The car got yeeted. And the piers are there. Alright. Alright, where's Eddie? There he is. So we need that guy. So if I angle the camera, should be able to... Yeah. I'm already there. Let me see. Is Sarah... Oh, yeah. She can jump into shit. And that sure is a useful skill set to have, I presume. Like I personally would not put that on my resume though. Like, what are you good at? I can jump into shit. Oh well. We got some more. I can definitely get a level or two knocked down in time. And after that I'll go work on stuff that, you know, generally more people care, i.e. the scripted stuff. Because, regardless of how entertaining, you know, stream shenanigans get, they're not as widely received as, shall we say, Crossbone Gundam Saga Part 2. Have a look! What an interesting plan! Putting, I think... I'm pretty sure San Diego is, in California, right? No, I'm thinking of San Francisco. Yeah. Okay, hold my beer. I need to look up one thing. Oh yeah, so it is in California. So yeah, so... I mean, the guy plans to unleash deadly prehistoric creatures upon the state of California, which honestly based, but you know, given some hindsight, I do not necessarily think that it would be a prudent idea if the goal would be to make money off of a park. But on the other hand, dinosaurs unleashed upon California. I am now very conflicted at the moment. Alright, so let's see. Oh yeah, we got human jobbers for a change, you know. Compies no more. Well, compies no more for a little bit. That's it's much more accurate. Anyways, that's... I can see something through the gate. Yes. Let's see. That should be... Like, if I had a character with a cattle prod, I would have been able to probably get the thing above, but right now I gotta shimmy around shit. And after fetching these three things, I shall revive the Pachycephalosaurus. Pachycephalosaurus, yeah. Wow. I kept kind of flailing about. The enemy kept flailing about. I almost didn't hit him. Also, what happened to the music? Oh yeah. It got stuck. Help me, step music, I'm stuck. Like, I can't fucking believe how fast, like... I remember when... Like, I don't... I barely, you know, visit that side of the internet as often. But I recall when, you know... When certain sites didn't have, the lamest, most lowest common denominator bullshit on its page, where you had the good wholesome vanilla stuff and you didn't have no you didn't have no weird quasi-incest shit. You didn't have fisting on the front page. You had... It was good. It was the era that is unfortunately a bygone one. Like, I don't get how anyone in this day and age can be quote-unquote addicted to smut, given how that thing is. Like I personally don't think, you know, the thread gives and people from that camp have a point by treating that sort of content like crack cocaine. It isn't. Like, it ultimately comes down to, you know, people... it ultimately comes down to people having a degree of self-control, not, you know, not the thing being the biggest evil. Nah, it's just, you know, some self-control. It becomes the most benign thing imaginable. But what I meant to say is that I don't get how, given that, you know, there's less and less of the stuff I'd consider, like, you know, decent. How is it that someone can get, you know, hooked on that? Like, I don't get it. Alright, nothing new in the chat. But before I go off on a weird wack-ass tangent, which I probably did already, I think I'm gonna jump to a topic which carries potentially less retardation. You know. I think I had a talk with Talos earlier, like a week or so ago, about you know, at the time the Freedom Gundam being added to GBO2 was still, you know, fresh news, and I was like, it's I would not say that it's a bad thing inherently, but at the same time, you know, I don't like the design of the Freedom Gundam. It looks like an eyesore, at least to me. and but I still, you know, kind of found console reading to be quite insufferable, and you know, because from my standpoint, you know, I don't want console exclusive content. I don't want platform exclusive content in general, but for the most part, you know, things to be console exclusive. A large part of it being that I don't like things like FOMO, and so I told him that. He's like, fair point, but at the same time, he said that the devs have to listen to the quote-unquote community. You know, I personally am in the camp of, you know, I don't think that, you know, I'd consider myself a part of any sort of quote-unquote community. Because, I mean, it's like a very arbitrary standard, at least to me. Like, it's, like what? These are all people united by a single arbitrary trait. You know, they have nothing in common. They have no bonds. They have no, you know, it's not a friend group. It's like just another person who likes hot dogs. You know, at the end of the day. Which, yeah. I'm sort of in that camp. Then again, you know, it could be because I tend to lean more towards, you know, being an individualist for the most part. But at the same time, you know, could also be because I do not want to be, you know, I personally don't, I find a lot of cliques and people within cliques very insufferable, and as such I do not want to acknowledge or even associate with them. But the thing is, like an actual community, like in the media sense, or, you know, or the market sense, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a single block. It's as I like to conceptualize it, it's a network of cliques. If that makes any sense. And I do, like, whenever this like quote-unquote community is, you know, suddenly seen as a monolith, that's where the problems arrive. You know, that's how you get servers that feel like you're still on Reddit. You know, you get like, oh yeah, welcome, fellow enjoyers of Thing. Feel free to enjoy the Thing in exactly the way we approve of. Otherwise, you're banned. And that's how I see it. It is these, I'd argue that such shit shows are usually spawned by such a thing. You know, sometimes even I'd argue that certain game studios, you know, intentionally try to present a certain subsection of a community as the main customer demographic, which often is at the expense of the customer base at large. Like, well, that's the thing with hobbies and media in general. Like, it is somewhat true that they are for quote unquote anyone, but at the same time, I would find it foolish to assume that everyone should be welcomed into it. Like, no. You get to interact with it, but I am personally not obligated to, you know, personally interact or do anything of sorts for, you know, anyone who's like who just shares the same hobby with me. Like, that doesn't mean I will not, you know, I will not be nice to people who are nice to me and so on. But at the same time, I would find it, you know, rather ridiculous that that I would be to associate with people just based on something so arbitrary. Oh, hey, shirt lad. That's Zephyr the robot. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'll catch up on the chat the second I you know, the cutscene ends, because the moment I alt tab out of it, and the audio and the video of it gets kind of cut, because this game is it's more optimized for a console, and accounting for that, it's it just isn't optimized for alt tabbing, but that's okay. That is perfectly fine. There we go. So, hey Shirley, I've been playing GGN Overworld, and it's so much better than Crossrays. Have you played it? Yes, I have played it. I do find Overworld fun in a lot of ways, and yet the more crossover-oriented roster, it's not completely like a Source game because it doesn't die, but it gets paused. But yeah, I do enjoy a lot of Cross Race is, to me, is very enjoyable from the mechanics and combat standpoint with the raid setups. Well, with the, you know, shipless teams which can output crazy amounts of damage. Overworld, I believe, is like a more arcadey thing that, you know, Genesis then got turned into, which, you know, Overworld and Genesis, honestly, I should get back to the game as well. I'd say that Overworld and Genesis are basically the soft reboot that G-Generation Spirits needed. Though it's a bit of a bummer that we didn't get the G-Generation Spirits back, because I would kill for a Crossbone Gundam campaign, ain't gonna lie. And yeah, it's loads of fun. It's loads of fun, especially with the Steel 7 campaign level on top of some other stuff. I definitely like that one. I dig it a lot. Alright, second one was a thing about oh yeah, lack of UC and FC suits. It's definitely a thing that could be criticized about cross race. And when it comes to appealing to certain niches, sometimes it's good to appeal to a certain niche, like when it's like within a subgenre, when it makes sense. Though, thing with Halo, I haven't kept up with Halo, so I can't say for sure, but I might ask around when it comes to Infinite, because I know being mainly a PC player, I haven't really, kept up with a lot of console-only releases, though I am aware of a lot of them. Like, for example, there's things that are on my radar. Yeah, I'd argue that, there's certain things on certain games, etc., that are console exclusives, which I've either played by proxy, emulated, or are at least somewhat on my radar. Even though I'm mainly a PC player. Like, I know of Halo, I've seen people's campaigns, but personally I haven't gotten into that one yet, like full on got in, because there's a lot of lore that I'd have to go through. Besides, obviously, I'd have to buy a lot of those, and that kind of throws a wrench into the whole thing, because now I'd have to, get more than, what, 5, 6, no, more than 5 separate games. So I wouldn't say it's feasible at the moment, but I might try and look into it at some point. Alright, so and this climbing section is a bit weird, especially with the forced latency given by the swings. But I'm getting the groove of it, It's been years since I've played this level. Oh yeah, now the car's getting T-Rexed. But I mean, I've played arena shooters. I've played Unreal. So for what it's worth, I oh well. Anywho, I was before I was interrupted by the cutscene and the British guy. Oh yeah, that's Crossbone music, and also from oh, Crossrays on PC. Oh damn, that's a shame. Frequent crashes cross race PC. That's yeah, bummer. And yes, among others, there is Crossbone music in this playlist. Like it's from G Generation F. That's on that's a PS1 game. You know, like the early G Generation games, like you know, Zero, Portable, and others. Yeah, they do have a certain charm to them, and on top of that, they do have a lot more units. Like even like imagine that even in the PS1 generation era, back in the year of our Lord 1999, we had the G unit roster from whatchamacallit, from Wing, even double fake stuff. Like there was a lot of cool stuff to go around at the time. You know what? Fuck it. I'm getting an ATV. The ATVs are cool, especially in this game, because they handle well. This thing handles much better than a Jeep, which I was piloting driving previously. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes specialization does work, but sometimes sometimes trying to appeal to specific cliques, etc., doesn't necessarily work out. In fact, sometimes it is heavily a net negative. Like, you get it with like a lot of old fans of God of War and such, and Tomb Raider, who grew up with the older games and are now kind of disappointed about the general game direction it's heading. Because I mean, with the way it is, I'd argue that like the most recent installments of both series are fairly lackluster, with with the new Tomb Raiders kind of dumbing down the puzzles, and with the new God of War being the quintessential PlayStation 4 game, the PlayStation 4 game, kind of further from its original format, which I personally found much more preferable from the bit I've played. Alright, let's see, so... Because I mean, sometimes when you have like a wider range of stuff to work with, and you can specialize for a niche, sometimes it works out. Like when it comes to Gundam games in general, like for the people who are heavily into grand strategy games, they probably saw the Gachapon World series and Gachapon Senshi for the Super Famicom and the original Famicom, and were like, you know what? we want the more hardcore strategy, and that's how we got Giran's Greed, but... You know, there's... Like, I'd personally say that there's some wiggle room, like... Sometimes, you know, there's... Like, if you're working with a specific entry and, you know, someone tells you to make, I don't know, give Dark Souls an easy mode. Well, that makes no sense, because, I mean, it does have an easy mode already. It's called, well, basically, the various knowledge checks of the various battles. So, generally, it is the self-improvement which becomes a way for the player to earn easy mode on top of, you know, items that can just downright cheese bosses. You know, that's where it wouldn't make sense. Alright, so let's run a boost jump. But like, I don't know. I personally think that it would be quite fun if someone came up with a with some sort of a game where you had something in the vein of Sniper Elite, but more towards, you know, more towards mecha. Which, yeah, that's like this way I'm not necessarily, you know, trying to shape a pre-existing project into what it isn't. It's basically, you know, trying to build a new thing, which I'd say that could be at the core of the issue. Oh, so it has, so it has the more RPG-esque mechanics. Oh, I see. Yeah, well. I believe that a lot of game devs should forget about the game Destiny. Because that thing has brought nothing but disaster. Like, Destiny the game has been so lackluster that they got fairly quickly replaced, I mean, at least partially, by a Canadian-made MMORPG with people in basically mech suits. Well, power armors, but still. Basically Warframe, yes. Hold on, where the... Okay, but where the hell is the ice cream machine? Oh well. Destiny, the person got cucked by a twink, but that's unrelated. Oh. I guess that's... Oh yeah, going back to the RPG-ification, I think that the phenomenon is kind of giving the AAA people, you know, a bit of an excuse to be lazy pieces of shit. That's how we got Far Cry New Dawn. Kinda. You know, that's how we get bullet sponges, by just you know, throwing in the light RPG elements into shooters. And you know, that's it's also easy to monetize, which, you know, that's that explains the problem. You know, they saw blood in the water, they saw money. We're like, yeah, I think we should get a piece of the cake, and that's how we're stuck with it. And booyah! We even got the ice cream. Which means that we can probably squeeze out one more level, after which I'll have to go. Oh yeah. Manji did fumble the ball. Like, yes, like I'm like I've been on the Warframe Kool-Aid ever since you know, Silver Grove dropped. So I'd argue yes, you're basically getting like how much was Destiny again? Like 60 bucks, roughly the same amount in euros, beaten by a mere free-to-play game. That's funny, you know. Like not only fumbled but got outdone by Canadians. It's you know, I will never stop finding that hilarious. Like Canada, the world's capital of fumbling the ball on a lot of things, still managed to beat that. And yeah, that's a very good thing about like all of the G-Gen games where you get to make certain units unreasonably strong. That's how you make nuke units in G-Gen Portable. Though in that game, you're kind of more strapped for energy, so yeah, at that point you gotta your list of options is a little shorter, since you gotta spec heavily into energy just to keep up. And even with things like Devil Gundam cells, you're still gonna run short. Which is, I guess, I wouldn't necessarily call it a criticism towards the game, because that one does, you know, it's like one of the old older games which do kind of incentivize you to use basically your ship as your lifeline to both energy and firepower. So I understand why they did it, but it's like still slightly limiting. Oh yeah, the Striker custom and a lot of melee suits were pre-busted in these games, especially given that that a lot of the attacks do scale with well, they do scale with certain character stats, which, you know, kind of can kind of help you with like getting some ridiculous melee damage. Like I used to have I used to have the pilot of the Mandela Gundam on one of the mobile suits in G-Generation World, and that melee damage from the fact that it was a mobile fighter was almost at ridiculous levels. Like, you'd expect that much melee damage to come out of a slapstick character, as opposed to, you know, a melee fighter. It was, like, it hit real hard. You know? You could almost, expect a giant prop hammer to suddenly appear out of thin air, fall into the guy's hands, and then land onto the enemy. That's for sure. I think, yeah, Berg's gonna get scared by snakes and eaten by T-Rex, but not in this one. In this one, it's probably gonna be eaten later. Oh yeah, and Jeff Goldblum in his non-fly state. Not into the long grass. Oh well, too bad. The lizards of the corn shall reap their lunch. That's cool. We got them lizards playing soccer. Alright. Let's see. Nice! Endless Bolts throw in the Gun-Tank R44. Mixer Gundam also really good. Yep, right on the money. Holy shit. 70 bucks. Oh, no, that's... Oh, 70 pounds at launch. Holy moly. Now that you mention it, like, I've been noticing a trend of, you know how there was, like, back in the day, 2017, 2018, there was this channel called Extra Credits, which was, like, at first it tried to pretend that it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna give advice to young aspiring developers, and we're gonna tell you, like, this is how to make cool stories. But you know, at the end of the day, they did kind of devolve into just industry shills, you know, running defense for the most egregious excesses of that industry, and kind of moralizing about inane stuff that like didn't make sense, you know, moralizing about. And I distinctly recall those guys being like, games should cost 70 bucks. No, fuck you. They shouldn't. You know? Like, yes, if there's less embezzlement in the studios, the actual production costs would, you know, fall significantly. And even then, you know, even if they don't, I do not think that at this point such a price tag can be justified. Well, I mean, not that it would matter, because such shenanigans are happening anyways, but regardless, that's my sense, and that's my 2 cents. And well, I doubt it has any sort of sway over what goes on. Yeah, I'm just putting that out there, you know? Like, given both current and previous circumstances of the industry, I do believe that even more nowadays that I am more and more vindicated in the belief that that the practice of digital piracy is justified. Not only that, but yeah, perfectly fine. Oh yeah, the microtransactions, where you're paying, you know, kind of the price of a kidney for a set of cosmetics. That's yeah, I'll never understand how people still keep paying for it. Like, I know there's a quote-unquote social element of like, oh my, I have the coolest thing there. You know, you got, you know, people who can be easily exploited for money. That's the whales, and you got the more China and China adjacent markets where the practice of I'm gonna run pay to win to get cooler stuff is, you know, normalized as sort of a status symbol, but still, I don't think that should, you know, justify charging such exorbitant prices. Like, holy shit, do they go wild with that? Oh yeah, I forgot, in a lot of Lego games, women can double jump. It's kinda like, you know how in, that, climbing games, the car component people could do so. Anywho, oh, that's pretty neat. We got to pass over that dead dino. We got a Dilo Pebble, and that appears to be a box. Alright, let's see. I'm almost there with the stud goal. Alright. Now, you gotta be kidding. $30. $30 $30 dues. You say for a skin. This is some Fortnite shit. This is some level of chicanery that shouldn't. Holy moly. That's disgusting. Jeez. $30 for an armor. Like, people who saw Maple Story back in the day must be like real surprised over how it you know, snowballed currently. Like, back in the day you could. Back in my day, I know I'm basically preaching to the choir, but yeah, I do remember the era where you could get a full game and you didn't have to pay extras for costumes. I mean, there were expansion packs, but most of those weren't as egregious. You know, at most you got your Witchers with like the early Witchers, which had expansions. You had certain RPGs with expansions. You had map packs, which were still reasonably priced for a map pack, even before the COD days. But even then, holy shit! Like it went downhill. It went downhill hard. I'd feel almost remiss to say that, well, if I didn't mention the horse armor. But, by the time people noticed the horse armor, it was already too late. I suppose that is one of the problems. Okay. The moment the tip of the iceberg was seen, at that point, Titanic was already on its course. I'd be lying if I said I do not mind where the Titanic is going, but simply put, the iceberg is there. Regrettably. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, so I have the power of Sonic Boom. Very nice. That'll surely come in handy. Alright, so, coins collected. And let's go! Autistic Screeching, go! Alright, what is that? Oh, hamburger, cheeseburger. Think we're gonna have another gaming crash? I mean, that might be a possibility. But, I'm not sure. Because, I mean, there's certain economical bubbles that I think will still happen. Like, thanks to how the AI has managed to kind of thrive, partially off of, normal development, and partially because people just don't want to deal with certain people in the industry because they're being insufferable cunts. Well, I'd say that there's a very real possibility of that, being an actual factor. I'd argue that, like with the lowering quality, that's gonna contribute. There's certain quote-unquote economical organizations at who are basically made to push certain policies and such, which are steadily losing money, which maybe the quote-unquote ESGDI money might dry up more sooner than later, which means certain production teams from Silicon Valley will have to rein themselves in. That's a very real possibility. So, at the end of the day, who knows? But it is certainly a probability. We got a setup for it. So, I'd argue that, we might be heading towards it. Though, at the same time, it's not. I don't think that it's gonna be as widespread as the previous ones, like the previous crashes, because now that the game scene is a lot more decentralized. You know, you got an indie scene, though. You know, even though the indie scene is partially, you know, filled with complete spurgs like fucking Phil Fish and his ilk, which which fortunately that guy isn't around no more, but there certainly are more people of his caliber, you know, the movie Bob type people, who, you know, if those guys manage to cause some damage, cause some substantial damage to the scene on top of these various other factors collapsing, maybe we'll get, you know, full on E.T. getting buried in the desert type of deal, but like I'd say it's possible, but it would have to, you know, kind of happen like a sequence. Like, the setup itself would be a fairly slow process when it comes to the gaming, when it comes to the overall gaming market and such. Like, especially, you know, given that nowadays anyone can publish stuff, which, yeah, that definitely would mitigate the possibility of a full-on crash, like of that magnitude of, you know, late 80s with the shovelware and such. Though frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if the indie scene got reined in by some weird copyright shit, because you know, copyright shenanigans are always a present threat in the arts. So I say maybe-ish it's possible. What would you think of a Command and Conquer-esque Gundam RTS? Oh, it's a good question. Command and Conquer 3, right? Well, I haven't played CNC 3, but I have played CNC Red Alert 3. And I've enjoyed that one. Frankly, that wouldn't be a bad idea, though I do have some worries about how it would work, given how like, you know, Gundam's track record with real-time strategies. Like, I haven't played the Tactics Fleet yet, nor I have touched Mokuba no Kiseki, but I don't like it. Sure would be fun, you know. We've got some seriously big players in the more sci-fi oriented RTSs. I mean, you know, we got I think it's called Stellaris. We got Home Base, I think, and we got Supreme Commander. But that being said, like, at the end of the day, it will more than likely, you know, fall down to the execution, you know. That's my point. Like, I don't think that they'd fumble it. And honestly, like, even if it was just a mod, it would be neat, you know? Like, I can definitely imagine, you know, people wanting that. Though, arguably. I'd say it would have to be at the level of CNC Red Alert 3, as opposed to some more, some of the more, like, hyper-autistic projects. Like, for as how much I absolutely love Giran's Greed, you know, even I can sort of concede that it's not easy to sell a person on. Well, it's not easy to sell a person on Giran's Greed, you know. They're like, oh no, it is too convoluted. I simply cannot. You know. So, best case scenario, yeah, that'd be neat. Worst case scenario, maybe? I mean, it could still work. You know, I can still imagine a lot of ways in which even somewhat subpar execution of the idea would be fun. You know. Once again, it's would be fun, but can't say for sure. Because there's times when Bandai Namco, you know, aces something. There's sometimes when they fumble, and when they fumble hard. So yeah, it's I guess stated that I'm leaning more towards I'm leaning more towards like a game more in the vein of the Sniper Elite franchise, since you know, you've already got existing anti-armor squads in both Gundam and Bottoms, so like in the case of either of the two, it would be fun. Like, imagine if we got like Mellow Link, but as this, you know, you're still fighting mechs, but you're fighting them with an anti-armor rifle. I'd say that would be fun. You know, like, I know that a lot of people would be like, don't you just want the I think it's called Shadow of the Colossus game, where you climb these giants and then beat the shit out of them. But I'd personally lean more towards something where, you know, you kinda gotta make your way through the trenches, you know, sneak in and then hit the mechanical suckers in the vitals. I'd argue that, you know, it could make for an interesting well, game. Or, you know, if I could bring any of the subgenres that aren't as frequently touched, I'd want either another, you know, side stories, or another Zeonic Front, or even, you know, the turn-based stuff like you know, G-Next. G-Next is definitely a fun one. Right, so no car. No car. But yeah, I'm gonna finish the second campaign, Jurassic Park: The Lost World, and I think after that I'm gonna go take a breather and call the stream, cause in my time zone it's already getting close to dinner time, and I don't necessarily want to break the habit. Let's see. It's telling me the chat it's working. Hopefully it is. So it would be a bummer if it didn't show up in the VOD. That would suck anyways. So. Oh, Sarah Harden. That one is. But you have the. You can snap a picture of it. That's funny. Alright, anyways. Yeah, hopefully the chat widget does work. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd have to mess with it a little more. Alright, so... Ready! There we go. There we go. And, alright, we got those sorted. You know, at some point I hope there's gonna be a way for me to, well, there's a couple of things that I kinda hope for. One of them being like, the PS3 emulator finally unfucking itself and finally making the Gundam side stories work again. Because on the 2023 patches it doesn't work, unfortunately. It crashes. And the second thing that I'd want of the current RPCS3 emulator would probably be to make, well, that one's closer to like the game stuff as a general, in general, but I kind of wish there was a more reliable way for me to get EX versus DLC stuff, of which I only got some things to work, you know, certain updates, but that's about it, unfortunately. But yeah, if I got that to work, then we might be able to get something like the Rigazi from the X versus DLC. Maybe the Sandro custom too, but I wouldn't bet on that. You know, I'm hoping something happens and being like, yeah, I'm guessing that, it might be a thing. Or two different things. Unfortunately. Because, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff that I hope for. But, reality can be disappointing at times. Alright, so Let's kickbox the raptor. And now. Alright, that's a parkour time in the Lost World. I'm gonna find the Lost World. Alright, okay. Now let's snap the raptor. And speaking of, where's Kelly? There she is. She kind of forgot about something. Specifically about going up there. Which, right now I need that character on hand. Because she has autistic screeching. Which I do possess, but unfortunately it cannot be translated into this game. Alright, let's see. Because then I would just go re and it would work. I wouldn't have to, you know, switch characters. Oh, there we go. We got an elevator. For Mr. Goldblum. Alright. Oh no, what shall our hero do? Da 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 da. Alright, the sucker went out the vent. And 6.0. And he's like, I think I should go after him. Oh well. Alright, just hold my beer. Oh, there we go. We got to the roof and we got Nicholas Van Oven. Oh, how do balance mobile suits with infantry? Oh, alright, Zephyr, for the first question, I think, well, I wanted it to be like, you being infantry only, you know, that's where the more mellow link, bottom's end of things would kind of work more than Gundam, but, oh, and on the note of, a sniper game where you could play as Zach 1 sniper, I mean, that sure would be nice. Like, I'd say GBO 2, but, you know, due to the existence of, raids, and, teammates that, aren't very helpful, I do not, I am not as, sure in this answer. Because, I mean, I could imagine such a game being a thing. Like the closest you can get to it will probably be one of the, well, would probably be the AA1 Senki game, which that's a solid game. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. It's called Battlefield Breaker AA1 or AA1 Senki. Good stuff. You know, one could even say Kino. And yes, it can be run on the PS3 emulator or the PS3 if you can get the game for a reasonable price. But we all know that with the current, you know, market for old games, you're probably not gonna get it for less than 3 figures, which that's way too steep for me. It's like that is in the bunker zone, where it's oh yeah, it's the QTE where you have to rip down the roof. Always funny to do that. Also, I'm really glad that in this one and in basically most early 2010s Lego games and in the later entries, they finally gave us the option to turn the cameras properly, because I was reminded of this because of the fact that sniping was the topic. Because in one of the Lego games, I think there was in Lego Star Wars 3 Clone Wars to be exact, there is a certain mode where if you wanted to snipe against an enemy player and you'd be playing it in sort of a PvP scenario, I'd personally say that it would be much more feasible to just let people turn the camera so that they can aim. Alright, that's crazy talk, right? Anyways, we got T-Rex in a box. And yeah, I probably said it before, but there's... Fortunately enough, there's usually a Gundam game for most niches. Like, if you want to... Like, I think there's even a fucking Mahjong game. Of all things. Alright. Oh, yeah. We are going to California. To go see the T-Rex off as it rampages through the city. Alright. That's a really cool car. Even though it's a Lego model. But, I think it was a Dodge in the original movie, but I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've watched it, and even though I do remember a lot of other details, I'm not completely certain about the other stuff. Besides, I don't know my cars too well. Like, I know how to drive, but outside of like 2 dozens, I'm completely clueless. Alright. Let's see. Nothing new. Alright. Let's get back to it. Alright, final stretch. Now, I thought the raptors on the roof would be the final one, but I'm a man of my word, and as such I have to get this one sorted as well. Alright. I'll get him out. There we go. Even got a route around the pier. What a view! Anyways, the reason I'm breaking shit is that so that I don't have to tend to the true survivor, quote unquote, things where you gotta get a set amount of stats during replays. It definitely, saves me some time later. So, got that one, and yeah. Shall, sort this one out fairly quickly. Oh yeah, even got the... yeah, the handle. The rotating handle. It's probably gonna fall apart. Called it. Alright. It's a nice amount of a nice amount of dosh. Very nice. I know it's a handful, but still. Oh yeah, let's check the cargo hold. And there's probably gonna be a thing that I can knock down for the other character. Because there always... well, there is one consistently enough. Since this is a Lego game, made to be played by 1 or 2 players, so yeah, I'm already counting on that. So just to cover my bases, I'm gonna do this. Alright. That sure is a lot of studs. Yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, like all things considered, it was a really good stream. You got people to tag along. People tagged along. There was chit chat in the chat. So yeah, I'd call it a net success. And now I gotta build this guy out. Yeah, alright. Container's gone. There should be... oh, sausages. Okay, I can work with that. Well, it looks more like the kielbasa or something like that, but yeah, fuck it. Wieners, sausages, dudes. But anywho, let's see. Oh my, we got some adversaries on the way. Surely there must be a peaceful solution. As in, they will now rest in peace. Alright, box that container. From new in the chat. Alright. And it is now time to get onto the ship. Okay, that problem solved as well. So, let's resume the music. Speaking of the music, I did get some cool new tracks from Generation CE and so on. So definitely I'm definitely more than prepared for editing Crossbone Part 2. That'll be a fun one. I probably can't get there though. I still can get here. Too bad. I'm not the crew, but you won't be the crew no more either. Alright, so math puzzle 1, 2. Boring. I hoped it would be a diagonal sequence, but oh well. You know, only so much can be done. This is already peak dinosaur game. So at that point I'd be picking the gifted horse in the myth, which from what I've heard isn't that much of a good practice past this point. Right, so over halfway there when it comes to the true survivor status. Great. Yeah, so as stated, there shall hopefully if I make it on time, there should be a new video around Friday or during weekend, and possibly, well, and I'll probably manage to finish the script for Crossbone Saga Part 2 as well. Booyah! And yeah, the subject of the upcoming video is gonna be SD Gundam Gashapon Wars. Even though, yeah, there's other things I want to tend to. You know, Gashapon Wars is also fun, so why not? Like it's another one of these things where you get to you know, indulge in some assorted shenanigans. Like, it's basically, well, to put it lightly, remember that, well, you probably don't, but there was a shitty Game Boy game by the name of SD Gundam Sengokuden Kunitori Monogatari, which was a combination of basically a turf war and one of the, well, and the SD Gundam Gashapon Senshi games. But it was, well, suffice to say, it was executed rather poorly, and, well, SD Gashapon Wars is basically that if it was good. That's it's probably the best way to describe it. It's basically that one bad Game Boy game, but good. You know, that's the closest I can get to a proper comparison. Alright, let's go check on the cheat. Alright, nothing new. Good. I'm kept on top of it. I don't know why the chat widget isn't showing. Like, could be that, you know, maybe... Could be due to the game being wacky as it is. It's probable. And I might try and inquire into that. You know, maybe there's something more to it, but yeah, this is my working theory thus far. Is that it's probably got something to do with like the way I've got my browser source, well, both the browser and game sources set up. It's still, you know, it's still worth looking into. You know, at most I'll at least get to somewhat optimize it, which that's always nice when I get to do that. And yeah, I get to ram through taxis and other various cars. You know, get bent, Killdozer. I'm the new player in town. That and the T-Rex. But I guarantee that I'm currently damaging more public property, well, more private property than the T-Rex. I beat T-Rex to it. I'm the one that will destroy California, not you! Anyways, Freebird was playing, so yeah, I wasn't paying much attention to when I was... Oh, booyah! Getting through the door. Through the main door, in fact. Oh, that's nice. We even got a dino stroller. And yeah, you know what's funny? Like I almost whenever I get dreams, all of them are fucking weird. They're like, holy shit. Every time it's like my brain's trying to gaslight me into thinking that I'm not asleep, and in fact I have woken up. But every time it's fucking weird and uncanny. Which, yeah, I do find endlessly entertaining. Alright, so, alright, what's the dino? Oh, Brachiosaurus! Great news. That is great news indeed. As you can see, life finds a way. And yeah, this is basically the end of second movie, and promptly is going to be close to the end of the stream. It's yeah. I'm thinking of calling it, since it's fairly late. What do you think, chaps? I say we call it. Because, I certainly feel like calling it. But that's just me. Alright, so, let's go. There's Jurassic Park 3. The cool and edgy sequel. But no, I will go quit game, save and exit. And after that I'm fucking off. Cause it would be foolish of me to overstate my welcome. That's that makes sense, don't it? Right, so where's the quit option? And just a little bit. Quit the windows. Yes. Alright. And let's see, we got ourselves some fine music. So fuck it, I'll make good use of it. So stream end screen and enjoy. Well, never mind. That thing's probably gonna get me copy-eated, so you know what? Fuck it. See ya. Have a good one. Shirtlade, signing out.